Okay. Why is nothing there? Romeo? Okay, that's good. So, nice to see that we have 14 projects, right, Rita? 14 projects who submitted their applications. But before we start, Rita will be the one doing this presentation. But before we start, I have a question for you. Is anyone wearing these amazing socks? 1, 2. I need one more hand. 1, 2. Hands in the air. 1, 2, 3. So for you, and you, we have a prize. We will give you 3 Phoenix projects. So the book, just because you are wearing our amazing socks. So we are giving prizes even before we start giving prizes. So after the presentations, just come to me and we will give you the books, okay? As I was saying, I'm not going to be the one doing this introduction. It will be Rita Gouveia, and I think Rita deserves a big round of applause because yesterday she won the Portuguese Women in Tech Award for People, Culture and Talent Acquisition. So let's welcome Rita to the stage.
Thank you, Swash. Thank you, everyone. So, such an exciting weekend because yesterday, and today, you understand, right? So, exciting. Thank you, Swash. And I hope you're wearing the right socks. So everyone, we're ready to go. I think everyone by now, you know the theme of this hackathon. First of all, we just want to thank everyone that submitted projects. We know that some of you that were here for the almost 48 hours, you didn't submit your project, but we really appreciate your time, your availability, your effort, because that's also part of being part of a hackathon. So thank you so much to everyone that was here. Good job, regardless of who wins our categories. And let's give it a go. We already have the team's presentations, the team setup already on Slack as well. So this will be the order in which we're going to make the presentations, which means that these guys over here from Chico's squad will be the first ones, and then we'll follow. Let's just recap on our judges, because I think you know them, but I think it's also cool for you to at least get to hear an introduction from them. So let's just say hi to André, José, and also João Tiago. They're over here, as you can tell. And let's just have 1 minute presentation from each one of them. Yeah, you can start, João, if you want to.
Rita.
Thank you.
Well, hello everyone. I'm João Tiago Ascensão. I've been working in AI, I don't know, for about 8 years or something like that, 10 maybe. Yes, because we were together at that point. So yeah, I've been doing data science and AI products for some time now. I've been at Fidza for a long while, and more recently, I am the VP of AI at Stratio, a predictive maintenance solution for trucks and public transport operators. And it's great to be here, and good luck with the presentations. No pressure.
Thank you, João. Thank you.
Hello everyone, so my name is José. I'm the founder and CEO of Rely, but my background is in software engineering. I think like some of you, I studied in technical, electrical and computer engineering. Worked at TDP as a software engineer building an internal observability tool, which then gave me the idea to solve one of the biggest challenges that most engineering teams have right now, that is around observability. Founded Rely. Initially, we started out as like an AOps platform and ended up trying to take the product to market, pivoted after finding like an even bigger need, raised a bit of money, pre-seed and seed round, $3 million up to date, and now we're building an internal developer portal that hopefully soon will be one of the best in the world. And I'm really excited to see your project because I've already seen a couple of your projects and they're very, very cool. So good luck and excited to see you guys.
Thank you, Zé. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm André Gonçalves and I'm an engineer manager at XGeeks. I I've been at XGeeks for the past year and a couple of months. In the past, I am an engineering software engineer by heart. So, but in the past, I lived and worked in the Netherlands, and I grew a company from 3 employees to 50, and a lot of clients as well. So I accepted the challenge to work at XGeeks and lead the cloud native expertise and platform engineering efforts. So good luck to all of you, and I'm curious to check your project. Thanks.
Thank you so much for introducing yourselves, our judges. But it's important to know that these 3 guys are going to judge for or are going to award one of the categories, but all of you have actually the big responsibility of awarding also the audience favorites. So the presentations that we're going to do in the next hour or so will be also should also be evaluated, or at least take a look, and feel free to highlight the ones that you think that make more sense. After the presentations, you're going to have the chance to vote, so just keep an eye, and yeah, please don't vote for yourself. Let's make it a bit more community driven. And just to once again, remember that we have the best project, the audience favorites, and then we're going to also have the sponsored project, which will be selected by XGeeks. We already spoke about the project delivery, the board of 7 software engineers that you saw on this room previously. And yeah, and now we're moving to the 3rd step, which is the presentations. Just a reminder about the presentations, we're going to have 10 minutes per team, in which 5 minutes should be for the presentation itself, and then 5 minutes for questions from our judges. In the case you go a bit over the 5 minutes, the remaining minutes from questions will be retrieved, which means that it will be a sum of 10 minutes regardless, okay? Hope this makes sense in your mind. And yeah, let's do it. Good luck to everyone, and let's bring Chico Squad to the stage. I think we deserve to say that these guys won the Geekathon last year, so our expectations are high.
Hello, everyone. First, let's say it's really good to be here again. So our project is the issue generator. I am João Figueiredo. This is Pedro Figueiredo, and we have another team member that is not here, that is Rodrigo Faria. So this project, we think about it because of open source. We really like open source libraries, open source projects, and we really like to contribute to them. But we have a problem. Because let's imagine that I have an issue that I found in some library, and I want someone to fix it. I need to open an issue in GitHub, but it will take me a lot of time because I need to create a repository, I need to add the library there, I need to replicate my problem, I need to fill a lot of incident reports, I need to have my minimum reproducible example. This can take me, I don't know, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, it's a lot. As you imagine, sometimes I just give up and, okay, let's go on. So we don't want this to happen. And we have a solution for this. So we develop a software using OpenAI that only need 4 inputs that we'll see after, that will generate a lot of things for us. We're talking about generate the project, include the library there, an example of the module. Let's, for example, say I have a problem with date picker of Material UI or other library. It will add that module there. It will also generate a GitHub repository. It will generate a code sandbox, because maybe I want to share with someone else this problem, and I just can give them the link. And finally, it will also give me a template to add the GitHub issue, so I don't need to fill everything by hand. This is amazing. So let's see how can we do that. First, we have an UI, user interface. We have this authentication with a out for GitHub, so we can, after that, create the repository there. And we only need 4 inputs from the user. We need the library, the version, because you can be working on the latest version or an older one, doesn't matter for us. The problem definition, I have the problem from this date picker, this component, other component, whatever. And the repo name that we are going to create. As soon as we fill all of this information, we go to the server side. So we will make some OpenAI requests. They are doing these requests in parallel, asynchronously. Okay. We have one request to get the library that you want with an example. I have this problem with Zod library. For this, I will get this piece of code that explains what is my problem. Then I will try to get all of the dependencies from this library. This is tricky, because sometimes we have dependencies that depends from other dependencies and so on. It's not that easy to get. And finally, I will try to create a README file with a template of the incident. Okay? When we get all of these 3 things, we have an aggregator. It will grab everything we get from the API and we will put in this stack template. For now, we are using TypeScript. In the future, we can use Java or other stack that you want. It doesn't matter. When we have all of these, we'll start to generate things. We'll generate the GitHub repository with the code. We'll generate the README file with the incident report. And finally, we'll generate also the code sandbox. Because like I said, maybe I want to share my code with someone else or this problem, and I just give them the link so they can try it. This is just an overview to see how both parts are connected. As soon as I put all of my inputs, I start to the server side, and the magic happens. But this is not as easy as we expect, obviously. So we need to do some fine-tuning. We did some fine-tuning to get these 3 prompts. We have this just an example of some prompts and some completions that we have. This is a small one. We have hundreds of lines, obviously, and it worked pretty well. Now we have a really quick demo. First, we just log in with GitHub. Then we put the library name, version latest. We have the problem validation is not correct. The repository name, submit, and the magic will happen now. You make all of these requests to the OpenAI, and you'll start opening my sandbox. The sandbox will already have the code that I want. You already have the README with the incident template. Now opens the README with the incident template, for example. It will start to install all of the dependencies. Now we're going to see that I have the Zod here. It was the library that I chose. And now we are going to go to the GitHub that was just created. So it was on the README, and there it is. So with 4 inputs, I got a sandbox, I got my project with the library, I got an example of the thing that was not working, I can share with my friends, I can have an incident report, I can have everything. Future work. Obviously this is not perfect. We have like 24 hours, 48 hours to work on this. So as you imagine, there's still things that we want to improve. First, we want to work with multiple stacks. We're now only working with TypeScript. We want to work with Java. We want to work with other things, but that takes time. Then we want to get all of the dependency. In some cases, when we have peer dependencies that have other peer dependencies, these may not work well, or the version itself may not be as updated as we wanted. So we need to also improve that part. Finally, we need to get more fine-tuning in the model. Obviously, we have like, I don't know, 80, 100. We have some lines, but not that much. So we need more time to get the model more tuning to get more accuracy. This is our project. We would like to say that these projects are from developers to developers, because we think the open source is the way to do things, so we can collaborate each other. Thank you for your time.
You have questions? You guys have 2 minutes and 55 seconds for questions, okay?
So first question, I have a bunch, but I think we can discuss after the remaining presentations. My main one is related to fine-tuning. You mentioned fine-tuning a couple of times, but why do you need more fine-tuning, and how did you go about evaluating results to understand whether you need it or not?
Okay, because before this fine-tuning, when we do our prompts, sometimes the result was not what we expect. When we change from one library to another, or one problem to another, the output of the result was not something that we can parse sometimes. So after this tuning, we did with several libraries, we noticed that the response were more aligned from what we're expecting. You know, so we're just trying to make things the way we wanted with fine-tuning, let's say.
So qualitatively, so you look at the examples, you look, okay, and
yes.
with a few examples, you understand where okay, understood, thank you.
Yeah, one of my questions was about fine-tuning as well, was pretty much about what kind of fine-tuning did you use, and how are you avoiding catastrophic forgetting. But let's go to another one, which is how does your tool, like I can see you go in, to an interface to your inputs, but how does it integrate with an existing development workflow, so without jumping out of the normal developer workflow? So can it integrate, and do you see it integrating in the future?
Sorry, can we integrate with other
with an existing development workflow? So I'm a developer, I'm developing, so I don't have to jump to another interface and input whatever you want to do.
Yeah, of course. But basically, what you want with this tool is to save time. So when you when you have an issue with the lib, you really use this tool to, instead of put 20 minutes in there, you put 1 minute, and you have an issue, and you put it on there. And that's it. I don't think going to a UI disrupts your work in any way, because you're saving a lot of time, really.
All right.
So one minor suggestion from the notes. It's interesting that we see that some of the tasks that you are trying to solve and solving, like generating examples, those are very suitable for an LLM. Other ones are quite specific, like getting, for example, the dependencies. And the stochastic element may actually go against you because it's a very precise answer. You know exactly what you want, and the random aspect of these models may sort of undermine that precision that you would need for dependencies, for example. But the other side of things, I think it's very interesting. Generating the code example and so on and so forth.
Thank you.
I still got time, right? Do you want one last question? Yeah. So I'm really curious. What are the main use cases that you see a company, and which person you mentioned from developers to developers, but like which type of developers, and what would be the main use cases you would see this project being used in a real example?
I can give you an example. I worked like 2 years ago in an open source project called OpenMRS. It's a hospital project. Sometimes we have some issues. And every time I need to open an issue, we need to create this minimal representation that took me a lot of time to explain, to fill everything, and it was boring as hell. We need to fix that, you know? If you can automate that with a solution as simple as this, why not?
All right, that's a good point. Thank you. Good job, guys.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Now it's Caparica Club time. Just go ahead, Martin. This project is not eligible for the judges or the sponsor prize, so they are only eligible for the prize that.
So first of all, thank you so much. I think for all three of us, it was a great event. So thank you so much. Actually, it was my first hackathon at all, and totally enjoyed it. And yeah, a lot of fun, good food, everything. So can't wait for the questionnaire or the feedback stuff to give a lot of good feedback. Yeah, I think we won the prize. Was the coolest team name, Caparica Club, right? So yeah, so what we came up with an AI residency advisor. I'm just like in the last 2 minutes, I put together some slides there, trying to explain the idea and show it. It's not that super much. And yes, we have some connection. And as in special me and yeah. Don't touch. Just I mean, it's just one slide after then. Yeah, so managing and knowing about residency applications and everything is difficult. So we are just with me and my family. We going through that nice journey. So I'm from the EU, so apparently a bit more easy. But my wife is from Brazil, so that makes it a bit more complicated and everything. And yeah, just really what we want to have is an AI advisor, which helps us good as possible with our own knowledge base, and not just stopping there, because I mean it's great when an AI can help you, and but yeah, what then? You have the feedback from the AI, so we want to get involved like real professionals who can help you further, perhaps even like start applying or preparing the paper stuff and or be a proxy for you. So really would like to kind of how we can connect the professionals there. And yeah, our platform is doing that. And yeah, the motivation, just what I mentioned, I recently came to Portugal, and as well, I mean, as we all, I guess we are trusting AI like quite a lot, but it still needs to earn its trust. And I think we still need this kind of human between. Yeah, so helping us earning the trust for the AI, and that's the reason why we want to bring professionals in to validate what the AI is saying there is true, and yeah, helping us with the next steps as well. So I think this will be super beneficial for AI and for the advisor. And yeah, that's it already. A very short demo, just very simple, kind of a template here. You are starting with a conversation. We'll ask it some questions, perhaps. Yeah, you can choose one from here. Maybe I'm from Malaysia. Okay.
It's what happens when you try to do a demo live. But the concept was that it's not just using ChatGPT, it's also a knowledge base in LangChain, because ChatGPT can conjure up things that don't really exist there. And we thought that giving it an exact details context docs can much improve the answer. And also the whole experience is guided by a sort of long prompt that users asked for questions. And at some point we have enough information about their residency, like a situation, and afterwards we redirect them to an expert with a summary of everything they were asked so far. So it's a guided journey and submission to a professional type of app. There we go. So we started with a statement that I'm from Malaysia, I want to be a digital nomad. We got a short reply from model, and I'll continue with some questions about specific situation really of the person in question. And now finally we have enough information to contact a residency professional. So we have a new button downstairs, down.
You can try. Yeah, so. No, it's okay. Sorry, I should have asked that. Is that okay? Can you see better now? I scrolled a bit in. Yeah, so we asked it a couple of questions, and after a couple of questions, we get a additional action button there, where we now can like bring in the professional. So we just can now decide for contact a professional. Can optionally add some notes here, right? And so on. Then in our backend, it will be stored as a request. It will be stored as a request, and professional can basically start to jump on the task, get in contact with the client. Yeah. So yeah. So that's basically just the current request there. Very simple view, just as a user, the chat, and the progress of the task. And they can then as well see the chat them itself as well, and can have a look there, what the client is talking about, what they need help with, and validate it, and then the client can put that professional to work. I think that's it.
Do you have any questions or comments? All good from your side? So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
So now on stage, Control-Alt-Defeat, and the next ones will be DevDucky, so be ready. But yeah, now to the stage, Control-Alt-Defeat.
So, hi everyone, we are Control-Alt-Defeat, and our project is called AI Sprint Genius, and it's about the initial stages of a project of development can be a real headache. So it goes from user story generation to story points to relevant questions and constraints that we must keep in mind to not only ask the stakeholders, problems like legal problems, like cultural constraints that we must take into account that can make or break a project and that are very easy to miss. So it is about taking a roadmap from the epics and everything in between until the automated testings, so that it completes the initial stages, especially useful for who does TDD. So it is to take into account all the things that we must in order to start with a good foothold, a new project. So the key features are just a resume, and we'll have a live demo. It's objective analysis, epic and milestone creation, user story generation, and finally the unit test generation for TDD. So you're going to a demo right now.
Right here we have the base page for this project. Sorry. So here we can just write some objectives or what we are really want to do. Better now? Can you hear me? Oh, sorry. Yeah, better now. So we are currently on the base page of the project. Currently, we just have one single project. Here we can just put some constraints or objectives related with the tasks we want to do. Basically, this time we have a client that wants to expand its marketplace into Saudi Arabia. And this will generate some cultural constraints, language constraints, a lot of things that we should have in consideration before developing certain features. Here we can see that it shows us some legal constraints, financial constraints, a lot of things like political constraints. This is really useful when we want to implement things. Here we can just, based on this, we have this project, we can create like epics or milestones. In this case, we want to create a shopping cart for this new application. For this application, create a full functional shopping cart. Here in dependencies, we might want to add some external dependencies like PayPal. In constraints is like something here related to tech or something. I'll just leave it blank right now. We can save it. We can have multiple epics or milestones, and we can create stories based on this. I hope this works at the first time, because it might not, but it will take some time because it will generate all the stories related with our main goal. It will also generate, like, here it is, here is the user story. As a user, I want to be able to add items to my shopping cart. We have some description, we have acceptance criteria, we have some relevant questions that we could ask to stakeholders when having those meetings. Here we also have some challenges that we might face as developers or as a project owner, whatever. And after this, we can also create TDD tests based on these acceptance criteria. We'll have to wait a bit. Yeah, but there it is. Right now, we are just creating for PHP language. These tests might not always make sense, but they provide some good examples of the way we can implement our application around these tests. And that's it for the demonstration. And future steps, we might want to have integration with Jira or GitHub, exporting these user stories to there, creating issues there, and probably we will also add reporting, implement advanced reporting features to provide in-depth insights into project progress and potential challenges. And that's our presentation. Thank you.
Hi, thanks. That was nice. I'm curious about the TDD part, so how you generated the TDD tests based on acceptance criteria. Have you built that, or are you using some tool, and which tool you're using if that's the case?
We didn't test it, we didn't have time for that. We just analyzed it, and most of the tests really made sense. So we just introduced this in our platform, but we didn't test it at all.
But how are you generating them?
Only based on prompts. We just ask ChatGPT. We have a prompt made for this, and we just provide them the language, the framework, and the acceptance criteria, and it generates the test for us.
Yeah, cool. That's it for myself.
Good presentation, guys. So how do you see this being used with an existing project? Because in here you're creating something from scratch. You meant that you're going to integrate with Jira, eventually with GitHub. What would be the use case where this would be used with an existing project, and why would it be helpful?
Well, I think there is no problem at all introducing this to an existing project, because this only generates issues. So we can integrate this as any time in the development process, and it really will help developers, and not only developers, because of these constraints that are generated based on the legal and the cultural constraints basically. So I think this is a big plus that sometimes people don't take this into consideration, and this is a big point in our opinion.
Can you give an example of like a project where there are legal constraints where this would be used?
Well, this is the example that we use. Imagine that we have a marketplace running here in Europe, and you want to also implement it in Saudi Arabia. There are a lot of things that you have to change, like the language, even the payments are different there, the method of payment, a lot of things that we should have in consideration for this change.
Okay, thank you very much.
A couple of questions. I will start with the quick ones. So, is everything prompt-based?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. There are validations, like rules or whatever, after you received.
Not
okay.
at all. We didn't have time for that.
Yeah. That's to be expected. No problem at all. Okay. Who, in terms of the user base, who do you see using this product?
Product owners, PMs, maybe.
So mostly on that side, right?
Yeah.
Mostly on the product side, not as much on the...
Yeah.
Okay, so that was my second question. Final question. Do you have at least ideas for any sort of feedback mechanism? So how would you go about collecting feedback from the user to evaluate the quality of the answers, to evaluate, because some of these things are quite precise, right? For example, we are talking about the law in Saudi Arabia. That, again, the random element may be a little bit dangerous there, and you may want to evaluate that and to improve the accuracy over time. So did you consider that? Do you have any ideas on that?
Not yet. It was something that we debated as long as we were exploring this idea, but we don't have any ideas how to yet, at least.
Wonderful. Very good presentation. Congratulations.
Thanks.
So now DevDuck is to the stage, and after this, the crows, okay? So DevDuck is, you are here.
Good luck.
DevDuckies. I'm Guido, Roman, and Nuno, and today we want to present to you Visual Chain. This is an application that we created to make visual development using also AI. So we have three use cases here. One is for text completion, one is for image generation, and the last one is for text transcription, so from audio to text. So what is Visual Chain? Well, Visual Chain is a powerful and flexible application that simplifies development with the usage of AI. At the moment, it supports common use cases, like the ones that I've spoke about last, and it supports both Python and JavaScript. It's a no-code development application, and it's, of course, open source. How do we work with Visual Chain? Visual Chain is a node-based application. It allows us to use nodes and create applications in a visual manner. At the moment, these are the nodes that we have: API keys, text completions, image generations, also the language selections, and we can pick and choose each one of them to create our own application. So now I'm going to take the stage to Roman, and he will give us a demo.
Yeah. So, hello everyone. Just a few technical problems. Like, can we Where is it? Oh, no. Okay. I'm sorry for this delay, but I cannot open it in this screen. Here is it, sir. So, again, sorry for this delay. Here is our application. It's a fully based Electron application where we can see here is a legal tutorial how we will use it. So let's start. I will add an API key of OpenAI. I will match it like here. Right now I want to do a completion, so I will add the completion section, which will use GPT-3, but I want to use GPT-4 Turbo. I will add my key and tell that the temperature will be 0.2. Ask for a joke. And now I will choose the language. Sorry, can I see? Thank you. I just want to see. So I drag and drop, and I want to select that it will generate the code in Python. And now let the magic begin. Bam. So it's generate the code that is fully on Python. Here is the code that is generated. We have a client, but instead I will explain it, but the ChatGPT could do it better. I will just ask for explain. Here is what this code do. It has streaming. It explains what we're gonna be. You don't need to read this. It's just for someone who wants to understand what the code is going to do. But at the same moment, I want to execute it. I will ask for execute. It took a second, and here is. Sure, here's the joke. But imagine we want image. Just go here, delete this, clean all the stuff. Again, go here, a second, delete this, clean all the stuff, ask for an image. So I, again, connect it, 1, 2, and I want a rubber duck. But now I want to do the code in JavaScript. I don't want Python. Run, the code is here. Again, I can ask for explaining, but I showed it before. Let's execute it. Wait a couple of seconds, and yeah. Ta-da! Here is our magic rubber duck. So, if we want to use it in our own project, we just go here, download the code, ask AI, okay, save, and ta-da, it is on my local environment on Downloads folder. Now we're gonna be back on our presentation, just trying to find my mouse. Okay. Here is it. So, you can continue.
So this is for not only developers, but also we are taking a look into the developers of the future and the developers that use open AI in the future and that might not know how to code. Also, this can be used by some other people who have no knowledge of code, because as you can see, they look like Lego blocks. Any 5-year-old can create something to use AI. The future for this and the roadmap that we wanted to implement here is allowing this application to use multi-models. So instead of just relying on OpenAI, we could have other types of models and generating code for those models, improving how we chain things. At the moment, the chaining is very simple. We saw going from the chat completion into the language selection and then to the end, but in the future we could implement adding the output of one completion to the input of another completion, for example. And also, this could work very well in a scenario like Visual Studio Code, where you have the same type of flow and the same type of application running in Visual Studio Code, generating the code right on your project and downloading the code right into your code base. So yeah, if you have any questions, hope you guys enjoyed our application and our presentation, and now it's on to you.
Great presentation, guys. Looks really, really cool. So I'm very curious. How would you go about letting your users, so like the developers, create a new template of an application?
Okay, I can do it. Will be a boilerplate of it. It's based on nodes. So it's literally just drag and drop the things that you need again, and just complete it. Press the button, enter, and it will create a node with the snare that you want. However, it could be done by totally code. So just go to our project. It's open source. There are a few examples. You go there. It's easy to understand. It's use a React Flow framework besides it, and there is a few tutorials. It's really easy to create new nodes and new functionalities.
Awesome. Yep. So how would you go about fine-tuning the answers that are provided, or the applications that are provided, in a way, for example, the developer to be able to say, I want this specific change?
Go ahead. I think you're on the best.
I didn't.
So how would you go about implementing a feedback layer for the developers to be able to change the output that the model provides? Like fine-tune it.
Well, there is, we can create a node for fine-tuning because we are using OpenAI behind the scenes for every request that we make. And we could create a node for fine-tuning and creating like a node that we had for completion that allows the developer to use fine-tune and add that model that was generated by the fine-tune to the list of models that can then be used throughout the application on future flows.
And can you basically create your own templates to always be used? Let's say that there is something that you know that if a user asks for something, you always want this piece of code instead of being OpenAI generated.
Yeah, so the flow that Roman created, we can export all of that into I would say, JSON or any structure, and then load it. So like a file load and file save from, well, any other thing.
Also, to complete your answer, imagine that you want a custom function that will be a node. We can also create that function and base that in a node. So this node is our custom function, like generate decks. We want to generate rubber decks. This will be our function that are based in our nodes, and just drag, drop, generate decks.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
So first question, is everything prompt-based, or you also have a knowledge base that you use, or maybe some rules?
So what you saw had zero AI.
Okay.
The only part of AI that was in there was the explanation.
And the execution.
And the execution, yeah.
Okay.
Everything else had no AI in it.
Just to tell why we do that. Because the AI are not so consistent as we want to generate that code properly, because it's a template for how to use AI, and AI cannot generate how to use AI, simply.
Okay, so the code generation is not using AI at this stage.
We are the ones who make the nodes and generate the code that is attached to a specific node.
Fair enough. Totally fair. Okay, it's a great way to start. So another question quickly. Are you storing, so how do you go about storing the workflow so that you can build a knowledge base of the different applications that are being done?
At the moment, we don't have anything of that. We just store all of the nodes that we provide. But like I mentioned before, the actual flow can be totally saved and reproduced, so like a save and load feature, and save the flow to a file and load it from that file.
You should do that to build a knowledge base, to then fine-tune the model and so on. So do it on your side, store it in a structured manner that you can reuse.
Load the file, and then the nodes appear.
Great stuff, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The crows. Guys, let's do something different.
Hey guys, so I think most of us are developers here, and if you're anything like me, you quite struggle a lot with your day-to-day challenges. Either it's meetings in the morning, it's sprint plannings, retros, or a annoying meeting that just pop up, or hackathon in the middle of the week. You always need to change something on your day-to-day schedule to fit the tickets that you're actually supposed to do, right? Because your day-to-day life is about writing code, not juggling schedules. And this is what we're here to do. We're trying to connect to Jira, to our calendar, and try to make sense of all the tasks that you have, try to create an estimation using AI, put them on our calendar so that we have a better scope of how our week's going to be. This AI will have access to our week, our already pre-planned meetings, so we will have a better scope of what our sprint's going to look like, not only in terms of meetings, but also in terms of tickets. Because once you convert that ticket into time estimation with a better description, it can tell you right on Monday how your sprint's going to look like. Will you be able to finish your sprint? Will you not be able to finish your sprint? Maybe a quick presentation, because of course AI is going to do a lot for us, even on the descriptions of the tickets themselves, because sometimes it's just one line to say fix something.
Yeah, so generally you can enhance your Jira tickets, populate your calendar automatically using AI, and I will show the demo. This is not my computer, so good. Where is it? Okay, so here we have a demo. We're going to create a new account. Where do you have your, yeah.
Yeah, we connected with the Google Calendar already, so it's fetching from your active calendar, which is kind of interesting because we all have Androids, the same people around us. So we'll get notified of all the meetings and tickets that we're supposed to be doing instead of watching TV.
So it fetched the calendar tickets, the calendar events that are in our calendar, created our account, and then we have the same events in our calendar. And also, because we already have set up in our company organization the API key or the access key to Jira, we already have all the Jira tickets fetched directly from Jira. It's still loading because Jira sometimes takes time.
Sure.
Okay.
Here you go.
Something happened.
Yeah, it's probably the internet. It's a bit slow sometimes.
So it fetches all of our Jira tickets, and then we can just, I don't know, create the Django API. So this on the right is the original Jira ticket, and on the left we are asking ChatGPT to generate like basically enhance our description, our title, and also do the estimation how long this ticket could take for a team member to do. So we will have to wait a bit.
In the perfect scenario, this would be in a cloud service running way faster, maybe asynchronously. So when you arrive here, you already have the description there for you, and not wait like in this spot where it can sometimes take quite a while.
Yeah, thankfully we can look at the cut while it's loading. Because
It's almost there. I
sometimes ChatGPT is okay. It's actually still pending. So I think failed. We are just waiting for.
By the way, one thing we
OpenAI
noticed is that the more the original ticket has, obviously the better estimation is going to do, the better the description is going to be.
Happened. Let's try another ticket because sometimes it's.
Come on, Daddy, one time. Just one, so that they believe in us. Everybody, please stop using ChatGPT, please.
Okay, finally.
Yeah, that's true. And look at that.
Sometimes it works.
Now, let's ask a developer to write a ticket like this.
So it actually divided between Go, business, and technical details. So the better the context we also provide, and we can provide per company basis, with, it will generate the ticket for us. Then we can ask it to improve again, or then to save, to approve and then update the Jira ticket. This is not yet implemented, but I mean, it is implemented on the front and the back end, not supporting it yet. Then after we refined our tickets, we can move the priorities, so up and down, and we can select what we want to do first in this sprint, and based on this and the calendar and event that we have, we can go to the dashboard and click populate, but actually it already seems to have populated our...
A bit the difference between the initial calendar and now is that now we try to populate more events connected with these tickets. This calendar is synced both ways, so our My Google Calendar actually have now these new meetings there, and ideally Jira would have that really nice description as well that you just generated. So in the end, yeah, exactly. In the end, the goal is to try to bring these two worlds together. I think we can talk a little bit about the roadmap, because I already kept you waiting for a little while. Yeah, there you go. So on the roadmap, this is definitely a tool for developers, especially to organize your sprint, but it can be so much more. It could be a super tool for a team to coordinate themselves during the sprint, speed sprint plannings, because now I can see, I grab these tickets and hey, they don't fit my week actually because I have too many meetings. We could have multiple boards for multiple projects, multiple integrations. We could give the project manager, the POs, this idea that they could look in better depth to the calendars of their teams so that they can understand what's the available time each developer has to fit them another feature, or to try to move things around. It would be great to create custom reports where you see the performance of the team, the performance of the project, to have a better scope of how efficient is the team or the project, how is it going on the long run, not just this sprint, but the next and the next and the next. The more tickets you have on Jira, the more meetings you have on the calendar, the more information it has. And of course, over time, with better integration, with a nice database, a vector database to keep all this information, it could be amazing at assigning time to tickets based on the specific developer. Because this developer has already done a ticket like this last year. He maybe doesn't remember. He may be still optimistic that it's going to take him 2 hours, but the AI will know that it took him actually 2 days. So I think it will be a good tool for both parties, developers and team leads, project managers, and software developers. That's it. I want some claps now, please.
Okay, questions. 2 minutes for questions, guys.
Thanks, guys. That was a nice presentation. Let's say so I have a team of developers, and they come to me and they tell me, hey, we really like this tool. Sounds good, but it's integrated with Jira and Google, and we actually use Microsoft and Asana. How hard would it be to integrate with those tools?
We did this for 2 days. So,
all right.
So how hard could it be, right? We asked ChatGPT to help us out.
Sounds good. All right. Fair enough.
10 minutes. Antonio here is the master. Integration.
Great presentation, guys. Really liked what I saw. So like this could also be used as sort of like a prioritization tool, like a to-do list tool. I'm really curious, how would you use AI, or not AI, like how would you reprioritize the week if, let's say, what was planned was not delivered? You're on Tuesday, and the work that you have that was planned is already behind. How would you reshuffle?
Well, I think that's not an easy answer, and it's definitely something that could be decided both ways. The owners of the app could set up the rules, but I think more interesting is to give the users the possibility to define those set of rules, because no two teams are the same. For example, people want to work at night just to wrap things up. Other people want to know right on the beginning of the sprint, hey, fuck it, I'm not going to do it, and try to deal with it that way. So there's not an easy answer, but for sure, in the interface, what's missing is more control over the prompts, so that we can tell the AI, hey, by the way, organized. If something happens, if there's too much overlap, I want you to do this. Cancel my Google meetings, or cancel my tickets, or just not assign me from them. Definitely, that's on the roadmap for sure.
Can we see the calendar one last time, the final one?
Sure. Uh-oh, you got us. It's like,
I will be sick Thursday, right? So I am not showing up for work on Thursday.
The population.
No worries at all. Where are you using AI? Only for the refinement, for refinement and estimation, or for refinement, estimation and scheduling?
Refinement, estimation, and the schedule. So the OpenAI is the one deciding where to fit the blocks. And the
not at the
prompts
same
can be
time.
improved.
Not at the same time. First, categorize the ticket, give it some estimation. Now here's all my schedule. Here's the times. Fit them on the calendar.
And from my understanding, you go so task by task. You schedule the first one, and then you say, so you don't optimize
No.
them all together.
We give them the whole calendar
In bulk.
Plus, in bulk. That's why
the sprint plan, let's say. So
Okay.
we want to deliver these 10 tasks in this
Okay,
sprint,
okay.
And ideally, it will pick the calendars of all the team
within a
members
range.
and decide who has available time to develop this task within the
Especially because the AI needs that information. He needs to know, have a picture of the whole calendar, so it knows where to place the things. Obviously, we didn't even thought about training models, right? OpenAI, it's great already. It can actually do quite a lot. Look, there's not a lot of overlap. So I think we can do a lot with existing tools without thinking about putting GPUs burning out.
Yeah, for sure. Well, congratulations. Excellent presentation.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Street Boys, where are you? Prepare for the dancing on the stage. Sorry.
Hello. Okay. So hello everyone. What? I'm sorry. I've never done this before. It's my first time. Damn, there's a lot of you down there. Okay, so just a heads up, we haven't prepared this presentation, so we're going to be improvising all the way to the end. But I'd like to start by presenting me and my colleagues here. My name is João, this is João, and this is João. I'm just kidding, he's André. And we are the X Street Boys. And I would just like to start by doing a thought experiment and like putting yourselves in the shoes of the person I will describe right now. Imagine you're a software developer, you've been developing software and working in a company for the past like 15 years, 20 years. And you've been developing software intensely, and of course you will have at some point or another to write unit tests, and that's a very tedious process. For me myself, I've been developing open source projects since the age of 14, and I've been contributing to a lot of big projects like the Bitcoin Core and stuff like that. And I found myself in positions where I had to write very intense unit tests and stuff, and it's a very tedious process. But not anymore because we have developed the tool for you. So basically, it's a command line tool, but it's better if we show you because, let's be honest, no one wants to see slides. So anyway, here's the README. If you want to take a look at it in the end, you have a description. You also have it's actually a photo, so it doesn't work. It's just a link. But yeah, because I couldn't quite get the live preview to work. But okay, yeah. So it's actually a 4-minute video of a live demonstration because I didn't think that the OpenAI API keys would work, and in fact they didn't. But beforehand, I actually created an API key, so joke's on you. So here's the installation guide. It has everything you need to know. The usage, like a simple tutorial. Currently, I will explain this later, but like in the live demo, you have everything you need to know. I'm just going to pass it very fast. You have a very simple example. Yeah. Okay, so let's just jump right to the live demo. Can you see well? Do you need me to zoom in a little bit more? It's okay? Okay. So here I have, let me just pull this thing closer to me. Here I have a very simple project I've created. I have a main Python file, and I have 2 more files. We have one called fake file, you're going to see why in a minute, and we have fruit file, which is like a basic class. We have the constructor and 2 methods, nothing, very simple. And here we have actually a fake file, which is a file with a Python extension with actual C source code in there. You're going to see why in a minute. So stest is basically a command line tool that works pretty much like Git in the way that commands work and the way that files are tracked. So the original idea was to develop a VS Code extension, but we identified 2 main drawbacks with that approach. And the first one was that none of us had ever worked with the VS Code API before, so we only had 48 hours, guys. Yeah. And the second one is I don't use VS Code, as you can see. I'm a proud Vim user, yes. And sorry to bring up the editor wars, but if you think Emacs is better than Vim, I'm sorry to tell you that you're wrong. Anyway, okay, so let's get this started. Basically, you run stest, and you can create a new stest environment by running stest init. The path to the stest environment. In this case, I'm not going to specify anything, or I could specify a dot, but in this case, I'm not going to say anything. The L, or the long version, of course, for language. I'm just going to write L. Currently we only support 4 languages as well as only 4 testing frameworks, one for each one of them. We support Python, JavaScript, C, and C++. Here I'm just going to say Python, and then we can specify the output directory, which is where the unit tests will be written to. Here I'm just going to say tests, so there we go. If we ls here, we can see that a new hidden directory has been created, which is where all the configuration files for stest will be. So now let's just maybe start by trying to add the fake file. You're going to see why it's called a fake file. Because if we try to add a file in which the content of the file does not match the expected language which we specified when we initialize the stest environment, it's actually going to error out. So let's try to do it. We have fake file.py. It's going to take a while because it has to connect to the API, but it's actually really quick, so okay. Here we go. You have an error message specifying what's wrong. But now let's try to add the real file. So stest adds, and it's called fruit if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's going to take a while as well. It's going to add. Okay, now if you say stest status, pretty much like Git, right? Yeah, you can see that we have a new file. The file has been modified. The file has always been marked as modified. Is marked as modified. Is only unmarked as modified. Sorry, guys. Oh my god. After you have created the tests. So actually, stest listens. Doesn't actually listen for anything, but it listens for changes in the files and only creates like the new tests or refactors the old tests if the files have been modified. There's a lot of bunch cool features as well, which I might go into if we have time, but okay. So we have here a file, and now we can create the tests just by saying test, create tests. Now we're going to wait a little bit. This one's going to take a little bit more time. So how's everyone doing? Hope okay. Maybe a couple more seconds. Maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds. So now, okay. There we go. Okay. So now, the unit tests, hopefully, have been written to the output directory specified. If we come here, boom, there's the unit tests. It's not that well formatted anyway, but okay, here are the unit tests. You can run that and that's going to work. We've tested that before. Okay, so that's basically it. But there's like a bunch of cool features, but I'm going to touch just a little, like 1 or 2 features. One of them is actually the fact that stest actually looks if there's already been a test file that's been created for a specific tracked file. What happened? Oh. Sorry, guys.
While you solve that, just gonna say that you only have 2 minutes left for presentation and questions, okay?
Sorry, this is real quick. Actually, so, okay, where was I? Okay, yeah. So stest actually looks if there's already been a file that's been created for a test file created for that tracked file, and if there is, it actually feeds that into ChatGPT because the outputs of ChatGPT, we all know that they're not deterministic, and sometimes it can actually, like, for the exact same file, the exact same class implementation like there was, it could generate a completely different test class with a completely different test flow and all that stuff. So it actually feeds in, so it only refactors or adds the functionalities that have been added to the class and not refactor the old code. So yeah, oh yeah, there's basically, there's as well a function to remove, of course. And if we say test status, of course, there's nothing tracked. And yeah, it's basically how it works. The idea is to create basically the same interface, like, you know, Git, of course, and then you can create like various GUIs, for example, Git Kraken and stuff on top of the utility, and that's basically the idea here. So yeah, it's very much in the early development stages. It only has these features, but we're planning to introduce plenty more features, like adding support for more languages, adding support for more testing frameworks as well, adding execution and output text execution and output analysis, test coverage analysis, GUI support, of course, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you. One question.
Thanks, guys. That was a cool presentation. I have a quick question about have you done anything to validate the accuracy of those tests, or because they might just be syntactically correct?
Yeah, as I said, we haven't done anything to verify the accuracy of the test. That's actually kind of up to the developer at this point. But yeah, all it does is generate that template and just to streamline a little bit of the process. And that actually goes into some, I think it's there, but yeah, test coverage analysis and actually future results.
Yeah, cool. Thanks.
Right, sure. So how would you go about adding specific constraints to the tests that are generated?
Okay, good question. Let me think about that for a second. Well, yeah, at this point you cannot, because you cannot go into the actual prompt or add anything, any information, additional information, like, not fine tuning, but gives ChatGPT some hints on how to generate. Yeah, actually you cannot at this point in time.
And it's not in the future roadmap?
Well, we haven't thought of that, but now it is.
Okay. No, but good job, guys. Really cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. we are missing one of the judges. Ascensão, where are you? We are all waiting for you. Ah, here you are. So now on stage we have iIntelligence and not Sandybox. Sandybox will be next. I made a mistake. But yeah, now on stage, iIntelligence.
So, before everything, thank you very much for all being here, of course, and for the courage of us three to do this instead, because we are college students, and this is something we wished we could do. So we entered and we are here, and so thank you for all. So our application is Shell AI, and it comes from an idea that integrate the AI in the PowerShell. So the big problems we found is that the learning curve for new technologies, since there is all new technologies coming and that is being used on the terminals, and for us, I would say beginners in development, it's pretty difficult to understand the principles of some technologies. For example, Git, that many of you of course know, that you are familiar and work with every day, and I just started work using Git like this year, and it was like pretty difficult for me to understand how it works, and this idea resolves that in a pretty easy way. So the solution was a command line assistant. Wait a sec. Yeah, in here. It also troubleshoots and debug the command line. It is an efficient workflow, and is the Windows Alias difficult that found that help us came to this solution. So the solution is, as I said, the command line assistant. It optimizes the workflow, and it's easy way to do anything, because it's just a command. We wished it would be a command, but for now it's just a script because we didn't have time for more. So it's a script, and then you put a parameter, like the language we speak, like GPT itself, but it's a little enhanced, because you will put the script and the parameter of what you want. For example, I would say I will show you after. I will show you after. It's easier. I mean, yeah. So in here, as you can see, it's the command prompt, and we just type the shell AI.bat. This was supposed to be a command, but we didn't have time for that. So we just insert a prompt, like for example, I want to upload this repository to the Git. Then I press enter, and it will generate the comments for me. That's right. So as you can see, it goes and says to us do you all can see? Perfect. So it shows to us all the comments we need to do, and to make it easier for the user and the developer, we can also execute the commands. So instead you go to ChatGPT, just insert and copy and do like one command for one command. You do it like just in here, and this executes all of it at once. If I press yes, it will execute the command and create the Git repository just in a simple tap. So that's the product itself. Sorry, it's just an easy script. We had some big problems like facing, because we never worked with AI before. We are just starting it now, so we have a little problems, but
we managed to do it the work thing. For the future, we wish this could accept all comments, so not just for Git, of course it works for all comments, but just for small comments. But if I wish, I could do like an entire workflow. If I just press, for example, create a case and then put it in the case this file, and then inside that file put some scripts, and I could just type that in human language and it will generate that in just a tap. So it will be a better workflow for all the developers in the command line, and we wish it could be more refinement, like when the development is entering the prompt, it will filter better and it will give the right comments instead of not all the comments we have here, because the comments we had was not that refinement. It needs like more refinement. So yeah, I think that's it. Thank you all.
Questions? Yeah.
Congratulations. On the script, so the functionality itself, you build a prompt based on the input. You build a prompt, you go to OpenAI, you get the response, and then you have a mechanism to execute the commands, to parse the commands and execute the commands. Is that a good summary of the script that you have?
Yes. We get the input from the user and we prompt our own inputs on it just to get the result. So as I said, we're not very good at AI, but that was the thing we managed to do, and it got us here.
Great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Now we will have Sandy Bob.
So I'm Paulo, and I want to start with a quick question. Who here has written prompts for an AI application? Raise your hand. Yeah, that's pretty obvious, right? So writing prompts can be sometimes a tedious task. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and we don't know why. And I mean, we all have been there. Now, if writing prompts can be a challenge task, imagine managing dozens, if not hundreds, of prompts for a single AI application. And honestly, I will be honest in all of that prompts and code. So that's why we create Sandbox to turn chaos into clarity. And now let me, so if I jump to the demo. Yeah, always the same issues. Bem, se calhar faço isto. I don't use a Mac, guys, sorry. Yeah, that's it. So, So now imagine if your prompts could be engineered, tested, and also deployed in a fraction of time. And so that's what Sandbox is all about. So here we have a quick glimpse of all the prompts that we have. And we have two options. We can either create a new prompt from the scratch, or we can also create a prompt with AI. And so this basically, yeah. I'm not sure how responsive this is, but yeah. We can generate a prompt with AI, so I'm going to go with that. I already here an example, so let me just like copy paste this example. So now let's say that you are developing your own AI application, and in this I'm not sure if you guys can read it, but basically what I'm telling is that I'm developing a travel itinerary AI application that basically will take the user's data, so things like the travel destination, date of arrival, departure date, and also the number of travels. And when I click create prompt, so there is actually a couple of things happening here. Basically, we'll create like kind of a first prompt draft for you to start iterate on it. So this is not like super prompt engineer prompt, but it's kind of a first draft for you to start. Also, so you will be able to iterate on that. So you just kind of click there and you start managing your prompt. You also can see some curly brackets there. So that's basically variables. So we already detect what type of input is coming, or we are expecting coming from the user data on my, let's say, travel itinerary application. And on the right side, you can actually see already a scenario. So what is a scenario? A scenario is basically a test case or a sample data that your user could insert in your travel AI app. So in this case, we have Paris, and we have here the date. So let me just quickly do less days, because otherwise the output will be really big. And we allow you to create more scenarios. So instead of manually replacing the variables with data, you just like kind of create them in a single time. So let me do a quick example here. So let's say that we are going to, let's say we are going to Leiria, and let's say we want something like this. And let's say that there is like the three of us going to Leiria. So now with the push of a button, we can run all the scenarios at the same time. So if I run all, you can see that basically I'm running the same prompt for different user data. And this allows me to test different things. In this case, I guess they are all valid use cases, but obviously you could kind of come here and write like a null data or whatever it is and kind of try it out to see what will be like the output from the AI. Now I'm going to save, and guys, sorry, we have a minor bug here, so I kind of have to go back. We have like a routing bug here. And now, so once you test and you optimize your prompt, you can actually deploy it. So you can come here to the API, you can click here, and your prompt is deployed. So what does deployment mean? It means that will be available at our API endpoint, and the only thing that you have to do is to send us the user data through the parameters, so you don't have to run your prompts inside your code. So let's actually try this out on, am I out of time? Sorry. So let's actually try this out on Postman. So if I come here, I get my API key, so it kind of validates my access. And then if I say here, so let's say Lisbon, and date of arrival, so something like this. Oops. Now the same thing here, so 21. We should have this prepared, yes. And so now we just like click send, and like it will output the same thing. So that's kind of the point. I'm not sure how relevant it is for us to wait, but we can add further response. Maybe I should. Yeah. Okay. So let's continue with the presentation. I mean, we know that this is working, but if it isn't, we have to check it. So how do I not here? How do I go back to the? Yeah. Okay. So there is output. I want to go to the presentation now. So it's Command F1. Yeah. And now I have to come here. Yeah. So that was Sandbox. And now the question is, what's next? First, I want to say that it is our goal to work with developers or prompt engineers to iterate on our product. So we don't want to do something that no one will use. So it is very important for us the feedback that other developers or prompt engineers have. But we actually have a couple of things in the backlog. Things like giving context data source. So let's say integrating a Pinecone or V8 or integrating an Ocean, whatever it is. Create workflows and chains. So kind of create a workflow, a visual workflow like some guys did there, visual chain. Create a workflow, do prompt versioning, prompt reverse engineering, image and audio integration. That's something we still don't have. And also A/B testing. So that's kind of a couple of things that we have planned. And now I have one question for you guys. Would you use Sandbox? Thank you. So if you want to be an early tester, we have a Tally form if you guys want to join the waitlist. And yeah, thanks for the time and sorry if I ran
Thank you, guys. Now it's time for questions.
Guys, great job, really cool. I'm very curious, mostly, I mean, not that naturally what you built was amazing, but I'm very curious about two items in your roadmap. So first of all, what would you use the A/B testing for? And how would you evaluate the results?
Okay, that's a good question. So first of all, the A/B testing is so that you can, let's say, test different prompts and kind of try to see in the backlog which ones are giving the best response. Or for example, you may want to try different contexts. So you may give like one prompt a specific context and the other another one, and you kind of do an A/B testing, and then you can like kind of see what is working best. Something that is not there and we are thinking about is to have AI to validate or kind of quantify or see if the outputs are good enough. And there's kind of two ways to do that: one qualitatively and the other quantitatively. So we can say the AI, so this is a good output. You kind of can see if this is something similar or not, or then we can do things like rejects or whatever it is to kind of see if the output is adjacent or not, some things like that.
Okay. Awesome. And do I have time for one more? Okay, so like eye level, how would you go about implementing the prompt reverse engineering?
Yeah, so the reverse engineering is something that we still haven't thought much about that, but essentially what we were thinking is that let's say that you already have a running app and you have like a large or you have a data set of potential outputs, and the goal is for us to bring those that data set and kind of feed the AI with that and ask him to generate a prompt that will give that certain output, and we can kind of create a loop there to kind of say the AI create a prompt for this, and we can run the prompt that it created, and then we can compare it in terms of like vector similarity. If it's not like close, we can kind of do something in the loop where it will try to do something until it reaches the. I hope it can work.
No, but it's amazing work, guys.
Yeah.
So adversarial attacks on prompts sounds super promising. Never mind. So my question is more related to development workflow. Maybe I misunderstood things, but if I am using Sandbox, I will be versioning my code in one place, and I will be versioning my prompts in a different place, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
Because if you integrate via the API, right, you have the API call there, but it's a bit of a black box, and if you want to know the version, you will need to go to Sandbox.
Yeah, actually not. So what we are thinking is to only have one prompt deployed. So you will choose the version that is deployed on Sandbox. So this avoids. So our problem was that every time that I would write a prompt, I would have to send to Gofu for him to implement it. So we want to eliminate that. All the prompts will be, obviously, I mean, you have to kind of integrate it in the first time, but every time that you need to change the prompt or whatever it is, you will do one thing.
I understand. my concern suggestion would be, if I want to reproduce the behavior, imagine that you change the prompt on the sandbox side. In a way, you are changing the code, right? And if you are only looking at GitHub, for example, the code is exactly the same, but on the other side, something changed. And if I want to reproduce the results, I don't have that ability, particularly if you are always using the last prompt, if you don't have versioning on Sandbox.
Yeah. The thing is that you are using our API, so you are not using our API to say to actually have the prompt there, if that makes sense. So I think that the potential scenario is where we have two parameters, so two variables, let's say city and attraction, and there might be a scenario where you insert another variable. So let's say you have city attraction and you want to insert a variable with country. Because you have your running application and you don't have those two parameters, we kind of have to maybe create like a fallback where if we don't detect like a parameter, we can still use the latest version or whatever it is. But yeah, it's
I really liked it. Think about reproducibility, because that may be an issue if you are versioning things in different places. Okay. Very nicely done. Congratulations.
Hello, everyone. So, first of all, I want to thank everyone in the blue shirt for this organization. It's awesome. It's very cool to have some community-driven events, basically, and especially on AI. So, based on the theme, so my PowerPoint is our PowerPoint is made with AI. So, if I don't know what I'm saying, probably it's because AI read it. So we can move on to present our solution. So everyone knows about user stories and acceptance criteria, right? So everyone work with it. How many of you look at it and doesn't understand it? So how many times that happens? So a lot. So this is where our solution comes from. So based on our on user stories and acceptance criteria, our solution basically automatically create tasks, and even better than that, we generate code and do all the workflow with Git. So we can create the branches and open pull requests and do all the code generation with it. So obviously, AI written, we point to increase the efficiency, the code quality, and the faster time to market. Before the next steps, I would like to present a quick demo. I hope everything works. I'm praying right now. Trying to do some zoom and not screw everything. So our UI is not very good. It's not AI written, so it's actually us that code it. First thing we have to do is to define a repo to look into. I actually don't know how to read. Okay, so basically we have a simple, I hope everyone can see, I'm trying to do some zoom. We have a simple repo. We don't have anything in there. We just have an issue that some PO wrote. This one is actually simple, but can be more extensive than that. It's just to create a basic Python faced API based boilerplate. We get an get endpoint and
we do some documentation. Obviously, with our tool, and if everything is working fine, we should load the issue on the UI, and the AI is probably mad with me. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, thank you. We got here the user story. We can generate the subtasks based on that. And once again, I hope it's not giving me errors. It's beautiful day outside, right? Wait for APIs calls. Okay, so we actually got the subtask is splitted. He was smart enough to do all the 3 steps, and basically the first one I can do it easily on the second one, so I will just do that. And on the background, the AI is creating the pull request and all the code. And if we see here, we get the simple code that was written on the task. Also, we can use our tool to check if our code is actually in conformation with the user story. So we have here the pull request. Maybe we have the 6th one. So we just use the ID. We do some validations, and in the background, the AI will read the code. We'll check hopefully. Okay, let's go to the backend plan. Did not work well, that one. So I got a backup. So we have the pull request 2, the files. It's not a lot of them. We have actually an error there, but it's okay, just to do some tasks. In here we have the endpoint, but as you can see, the message is not hello Geekathon, it's hello world. So let's see if AI is smart enough to know that. The box is not clearing, so let's hope it works. And we get here, the AI shows us that does not match the user story, and we actually have the response containing should be hello Geekathon, but it's actually hello world. And if we fixed it, it's going to show the proper result. I'm not have time to do it now, but trust me, it works. I tested that. Thank you.
Questions? Do you have questions?
Thanks, guys. That was a nice presentation. How does the tool go about like complex tasks, not so simple tasks that they can be split into subtasks with not so complicated code? How does it go about a complex issue with a complex description? How would it go about it?
Yeah, right now, so the AI is able to understand the user story and split it in subtasks. But yeah, sometimes if it's not well written, the AI can be a little deceived by it. So we always have to keep an eye on it. And also, right now, we are sending the code to the AI. In the future, we like to move that to something on our end, so something like memGPT, where we can have the repo all loaded on our side, so we can make sure we send only the necessary things and not the things we don't need to send.
Nice. And what would you work on in the future? What would be the next 3 features?
Yeah, we actually had a slide on that, but
yeah, all right.
We just didn't have the time, so I hope we have it somewhere. Okay, so first one will be integrating with more platforms. It's not the first one there, but it's an important one. We have a lot of other tools we can improve. We can use the memGPT, as I was saying. We hope to generate in more language. It's just a matter of time. AI can understand it and can use it simply. And we actually want to use more agents to fully test and execute the code. and even improves on that.
Thank you. Right, so how does the code validation work?
So we actually use some agents. So we have a coder agent and we have like a user proxy agent, and they talk with each other. So the coder agent generates the code, asks the user proxy to execute the code. It goes talking with each other. Basically, one of the most common issues is imports. So sometimes it doesn't know, for example, in the code that it generates the Fast API, and it doesn't know what it is. So it first needs to execute the pip install of the Fast API, and then it validates the code. If everything works fine, it just saves the file.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, so we are temporary team name. It's not working?
It's a bit upside down. You cannot use it. Your code.
I don't know much about the microphone. Go. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, so we're temporary team name. On the first day, we started by we had an idea about scraping a lot of laws, whole of Portuguese law, GDPR. We spent a lot of time doing it. We did like a few hundred, dozens of thousands of embeddings, and then we gave up. So we switched to a completely different project. And it's pretty simple. So unlike the other project, which had many liability issues, just really tough to get it working well, we decided to do something where the AI is just on the background, no UI, and it's just listening. So the idea is you add the bot to this pure Slack room where you're managing an incident. Every message is passed to GPT-4, and then it will work on an ongoing and updated document on Google Docs with all the info to the several parties that might be interested. So, and bear with me because I haven't slept much. So yeah, the way this works is GPT, we pass it a list of every single message that we receive, and it also gets the responses it gave previously. The only responses it can give are function calls. It cannot interact with the chat. It cannot do anything else other than update the Google document. We do this by using the GPT function calling functionality. We gave it a very thorough but small system prompts where we tell it to be concise, get off the way, don't input any judgment, any opinions, ignore irrelevant conversations, can't send message to the chat, don't try it, translate to English, and these are the inputs you can get from our script. These are the prompts for the functions themselves. And here's an example. This is just debug mode, so it's actually outputting the message to the chat. So it's taking a kind of chaotic message, it's turning it into an updated priority, an internal status, an external status, and an impact report. Here, same thing. Here's another one. It's a bit dramatic. A couple of bombs in New York. So entire sense is down, and it's remaining calm. It's informing everyone what's going on. It's so toning down the discourse that's going on in the chat room. We wanted to do a live demo, but we committed our API keys, so it's no longer possible. So here's a little video with it. So we just create a new room. We invite Scribe to the room, and then we can just use the room. When Scribe gets into the room, it will send a link to a new Google Doc that was created from a template. This is what templates looks like underneath. So it will only send the message when the first message, it only introduces the first message to prevent just creating empty documents when it's added to empty rooms. So here I said we're seeing increased errors on Kafka. There's some issues in London, and created these documents. Now it's going to update. It's updated the internal status, the external status, and as we keep as the conversation goes on in the room, it will just keep updating the documents, updating the priority in the background. It doesn't get in anyone's way. If no one looks into the documents, it's like the bot's not there, and it can help external observers to know sort of what's going on without bothering the people who are obviously busy with something more important, which is resolving the instance. So we thought it's pretty simple, but it's an actual use of something that wasn't really available 5 years ago. So that can be useful for today. So because it doesn't need to be completely perfect, and it can aid in finding events that happened that you might have not noticed if you're scrolling through hundreds of thousands of chat messages as usual. So and yeah, it's you can see it's working a bit more here. Now I'm saying the errors are decreasing. It was on a almost top priority mode 1. It lowered it to 3, added another status, and that's it. So it works, and it's just that's the next on there here. And yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, guys. That was really nice, actually. I'm curious about it. Can you elaborate a little bit more? How do you differentiate between relevant or irrelevant information for incident reporting? Like, for instance, I'm on Slack and I send a message saying, "Hey, there's an incident at the train station in London," and then it starts writing a report.
The idea is this bot is used when you have a workflow where you open a room for an instance. So you have someone reports an instance, you open a Slack room for it, and someone invites the bot into that room. And then the bot knows, okay, this is an instance, I'm going to look into the history. It doesn't look into the current version because we didn't have time. It just started yesterday at dinner time. So it would look into the history, it would figure out what's going on, it would update the title and give some context, and then it would just infer from the context, and from it we save every single message that it has sent back and forth. So when it gets a new message, it gets full context, so you can understand, okay, it's not relevant. Someone already mentioned this, so it's not important. And through our test, it's actually pretty accurate. So it's ignoring not really obvious useless information. It's actually figuring out that certain vague statements are actually remediations or actually impacts, and it's working surprisingly well for the time we invest in it. So
yeah, nice. And can you tell us a little bit more what's on the background, how actually this is implemented?
Yeah. It's a simple TypeScript app. It just has a loop. It connects to Slack. Whenever it gets into the room, it has a little key value store, which is a variable, global variable for now. Saves a new conversation there with a document ID, which is it calls the Google Docs API. It copies a template. It identifies some points in the template, whatever, to replace the priorities and etc. in a template, but for now it's just a fixed template. And then on every message, we feed it to GPT-4 with that big system prompt and a list of tools, which is sort of a new feature where you can use external functions and call them and get the response. In this case, there's no response because it's not supposed to. And yeah, it replies to us with either an ignore function, which means carry on, or one or more of the other functions. So it can reply, like in the example, it reply with 3 at the same time, like 2 status reports and a priority change. And when that happens, we just go back to the Google Doc, update it, save the new response to the key value store, and on the next message, it will all be sent back to GPT-4.
Cool. Thanks. Nice job, guys. Pretty cool, pretty cool. So back to follow up on his question, if you change the template, let's say that you add a new category that's, for example, and I'm not sure even if you did, but follow like action items, you know, like will it automatically discover and populate those new categories?
That was the idea. We didn't have time because, like I said, we started last night with no sleep.
Oh yeah, kudos on that.
The original template had we were supposed to have like the prompts in the template and it would generate the functions, and then it would work on with any template and without being necessarily incident reports, it would work in any conversation. So the idea was you had like status and you describe what we describe in the command. So the status is for internal observers, etc. Or so the idea it would infer from the document what are the functions available, and it would be exactly the same thing, but that's not what it is.
So one more question, sorry. So like, did you go about implementing this in a listen-only mode because it had better results than, for example, adding an emoji to only add the comments to a timeline, or why did you make that decision?
Sorry,
only listening to all of the messages opposed to the user selecting?
The last thing someone managing an incident wants is more work or something AI gets in the way. And AI is not perfect, so you don't want it messing with your already stressful job. So the idea is just add it to the room and forget it. And if you can configure Slack to just add it automatically. So the idea is just if you don't want to know, it doesn't exist and it's just remove it.
Perfect. Good job, guys.
Next 3 features. So if we were to develop these, what would be the next steps?
Yeah, for sure to add the template generation thing we talked about. So take the template that the user made and generate the prompts and the functions that to do everything it's doing here sort of manually. It would be cool to update other services, so not only Google Docs, but maybe update the Jira ticket, open Jira ticket, update the status on the Jira ticket. Also, it would be cool if we could, in the end of the incident, first sort of detecting the end of the incident. I don't find it really good because it's going to fail. But when you declare the end of the incident, to write a little summary of everything, because if it's a big incident, you might have many pages of status updates. So it would be cool if we could condense everything to more digestible.
That makes sense, and I think it's a good direction. Currently, obviously, and great job. It's very much focused on documenting the issue and summarizing what's going on. I think that the different workflow, maybe with Jira, you can make it a little bit more action-driven. So what needs to be done, who needs to be updated, and making it more actionable. Actually, it would make it more easier to integrate with the workflow. Otherwise, you are just documenting, and the workflow sort of terminates there. But it's an enhancement. I think this is pretty cool. Congratulations.
Thanks. Yeah, the idea, I just add a little small thing. The idea of doing this way was mostly for people who are not necessarily need to be directly informed of the incident, so they can know what's going on without having to ask people who are busy. So right now it was not really for a documentation purpose, but for a real-time updates purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
My name is Damian. This is Ilan and Victor. We took the opportunity of this hackathon to build a product that we think is good for the real-world market, and we, I guess, ignored a bit the instructions of the team, but we're not called Three Assholes Programming for nothing. So the problem that we are trying to solve is that the influencers in the current world of social media struggle to have intimate relationships with their fans or their biggest fans. They have a lot of fans, millions and millions, and a lot of influence, but they cannot interact with all of them. So besides that, their monetization model is mainly advertisement, right? So, but what they actually give to the fans is their personality, their opinions, their traits, and so on. So the advertising model sort of is in conflict with their credibility, right? So it's important to find a balance between that. One thing we thought it's good for a good sign for our product is that the OnlyFans success is already a sort of a social proof that people want to or are willing to pay to have more intimate relationships with or interactions with their influencers that they follow. And that's why we built DoppelChat. So let me see this slide. So the rules of DoppelChat are as follows. Anyone can create a clone of themselves. You can only create one clone, and this clone will be your virtual copy. So the influencer can sign up to the platform and create their own clone by providing a very detailed descriptions of their whole personality, and also training the images, the image model as well. So here's the demo. This is our login page. So after you log in, you have okay, pause now. So these are sort of the models that we have. The first one is Arnold Schwarzenegger, and this is Salma Hayek. So these models were created based on very detailed descriptions of the people, and anyone could do that for themselves or anyone else. And also the models were trained with images of the people to generate more images of them. Let's go. So for this demo, we choose to talk to Salma Hayek, and we ask, you know, what's going on. The model has, or the clone, the doppel, has the personality of Salma Hayek, the emotions, thoughts, replicated as much as possible to represent Salma Hayek. So we can chat with her. And the other main part of our application now is the ability to generate selfies. So for example, here we prompt Salma to send us a selfie of her reading the book that she just mentioned. So let's see what we get. Okay, not bad. You see the book down below? Okay. So we also, of course, when it comes to this, we thought about the adult content that seems so natural for this kind of thing. And don't worry, we're not going to show anything here. But we could, for example, ask Selma to send us a more intimate photo, which we do here, but don't worry. So what would a clone do if prompted to do something like this? That's the beauty of our app, because the clone itself can decide if what it wants to do and how it wants to interact with us. And the influencer who creates the clone defines that. So if we ask Salma Hayek for a selfie in the bathroom, she can send it to us if she wants to, but she doesn't have to. here we just have the face, and that's it. So with that, we want to end our presentation and say that we are all enthusiastic about AI and capabilities of generative AI, but we also have to be wary about the bad part. So you can see in 2 days, any 3 asshole programmers can build something like this and can create images with AI about anyone and post them to social media and so on. So, of course, this is a possible pitfall of the AI, and we have to be just as enthusiastic about solving that pitfalls and protecting ourselves and future generations from the pitfalls of AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Damian. Any questions from your side? This, okay? No. Thank you. So now, Viriatos to the stage. No, wait. Don't start now, because one of the judges had to solve a very personal problem, so we can wait for 30 seconds, I think.
Hello, everyone. We're Team Viriatos, and we're here to present our system, or our prompt. Our system is based on one challenging thing that we found while thinking about what could help us as developers on development lifecycle. And one thing that happens a lot in large corporations, where you have information scattered around multiple sites, or multiple systems, you have, for example, your knowledge base on Notion, on Confluence, etc. You have issue tracking on Jira, you have development tracking on GitHub or GitLab, and then you have CI/CD, etc. So you have a bunch of information scattered across multiple different systems. And sometimes you need something, when you're developing a feature or when you're scoping a feature, you need to know how a certain team done something in the past. But you don't know if you should look for that in a GitHub PR, in a Jira ticket, in Confluence, or anywhere else. And you have to ask around. Usually we ask our engineering manager, then they reach to other teams, etc., etc., etc. And the purpose for our system is to create a single point of entry where you can ask any question, and it will try its best to find the information on all of the platforms that the company has available. Since the theme of this Geekathon was development lifecycle related, we decided to start with Jira. So if you imagine that you are a developer and you want to know, for example, the tickets that I've worked last week because you are preparing for a meeting or a presentation or something, you can ask the question. Jira will answer you with the tickets assigned to you that were completed on last week, last month, how have you. And you have other stuff, for example, if you're working on a ticket and the ticket is blocked by another ticket on another team, you can also ask, how is this feature being developed by the other team going? And it can tell you, was it started or not? Is it in to-do? How many hours are assigned to it? How many hours are estimated for its completion, etc. So this is from development perspective, or developer perspective. Then you have one level above, the engineering manager, and he can come here and say, how is my team doing for this sprint? Am I on target for the deliverables that we estimated? Am I not? What tasks have you completed? What have we left to do? And then you can go another level higher, and since Jira tickets are usually associated with epics, and epics are associated with KRs, and KRs are associated with OKRs, you can ask stuff like what you see here, like show me the tickets associated with a given OKR, and it will show you those tickets, it will show you their progression, and if you go one step further, you could ask things like, show me my engineering progress for OKRs, and it could get all the tickets associated with each OKR, sum up their time worked so far. So you can say, for example, we've spent 40 engineering hours on this OKR, 0 on this one, and however many on other ones. And you can see if the time we're spending on different OKRs are aligned with what we expect. So yeah, these are kind of the main use cases. We have here a video. This is an application that is working and deployed, so you can fiddle with it. I don't know the URL by head, but we can give you afterwards. So yeah, in here we asked it to show a list of tickets done in a given sprint. It answered with a list, which is below this now. So it's here. Then we asked it how long it will take to complete a sprint. This is going to keep playing, but here, yeah. Okay, so here we can see, for example, we've asked them here how much time it will take to complete the tickets. Let me just have this moving a bit. Okay, now. This is Geekathon stuff, so it's not perfect. So yeah, the question was how much time it will take to complete the ticket spending for a given sprint, and it can check which tickets do we have for that sprint. We have those 2 tickets, and then we have the estimation for them, and it will can sum up and tell you, you have these tickets have X hours estimated for them, and therefore you are expecting like 56 more hours to complete the tickets that you have left for this sprint. And then yeah, it's basically, these are just pre-questions that we've created for the prompt, and this is just going through what we have done. While this finishes running, I would also like to go through some learnings that we went through in this process. So the way we're doing it is we are kind of mocking the data that we would get from Jira API. So we're only working with Jira so far. And then we are sending that data straight to OpenAI and then querying it with a prompt, which is kind of terrible, as we found out, because this is very structured data. And we are trying to match text against structured data. And when we want, for example, the tickets I completed in the last 2 weeks, I don't really want him to try and match text. I want him to do basically a query. So one way to do this properly, if we had a bit more time and a bit more manpower, would be, for example, to switch the AI to be only used on the query part. So you would ask a question, the question would be converted into SQL or whatever other language that we use to query the database. The data will be stored on a structured database, and then we could retrieve that data. So this would be an obvious next step for us, because there are a ton of pitfalls, and this is not working 100% as we anticipated it would. It was our first experience with AI, so yeah. And I think that's it. That's pretty much it. Thank you for listening, and I'm ready for questions.
Congratulations. In terms of technical implementation, let me double check. You are not using a database, you are not using, so you are passing everything as context.
Yeah, yeah. Initially, the idea was to also index stuff like Confluence, and for that it would make total sense to query stuff you have on all their Confluence pages, but yeah. We tried this one with full AI to see how it would work, and for this use case, it's not the best thing.
Okay, so you mock Jira, and then you pass everything as context,
and then the language will parse.
Yeah.
Okay. Understood. Congratulations, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good job, guys. So, how would you go about adding a new data source where you had to store the data?
Yeah, we would, I think for each data source, we would have to define a couple things. So first, how we are going to fetch it. So for example, from Jira, you would want to first get all the tickets that were done on the past X period, X amount of time, and then you would have to have a job running daily to get all the tickets so that this information can keep accurate and current. Then you would have to do the same. So you would have to basically create an ETL for each system you want to connect to, and the data that you'll get will have to be structured in a way that you can easily query it with SQL, probably most of it, maybe Confluence not. But yeah, you'd have to define how am I going to fetch data, how am I going to store it in order to quickly access it, and then it's a matter of knowing how am I going to, from the prompt, from the question that is created on human language, how am I going to build the SQL query language? Yeah.
Cool. And you mentioned that, for example, you could ask questions about how certain issues are related to an OKR or to a feature, like where is that data coming from?
Yeah, so Jira already has that. You can define OKRs in Jira. Yeah, so basically in here, on our mock data, we added an OKR directly to a ticket. I don't think that's how it's done. You usually add a related key result, and then the key result is associated with an OKR. But regardless of how Jira organizes the information, we can serialize it in a way that eases up the queries that we do. So we can store it however we want. It doesn't really depend on their API because we're not calling the API in real time. Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
My pleasure.
Really nice as well that you use the developer platform that we provide. So
yeah, it
thanks
was a
for that.
fantastic help. You can't imagine how much.
Yeah, so right now you have an access to an interface, but where you input these questions. But in the future, how would you imagine this from the developer perspective? For instance, on your IDE, how would you imagine using this?
I guess one easy way to do it, or let's put easy apart. One way to do it would be to have, for example, a Slack bot where you could ask these exact questions and get the exact same results. And you could, this is a pretty simple interface. So all you need is a prompt and you will get a response. You don't even need like a chat history. It would be cool. It would be one cool feature to add. But you can basically have this prompt being sourced from any system and then just calling an API to get the answer that you want. So I would guess that you could have multiple entry points depending on the systems that the company uses. So Teams, Slack would be a good starting point. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Geekathon'. To solve here. Let's be honest. Nobody likes, well, they are important, but nobody likes doing pipelines and optimizing pipelines and why the pipelines are so slow, why are they failing? Well, I have two DevOps here, right? With me, great DevOps. They said me that, and some of DevOps on the audience said me also that they are constantly hearing why the pipeline so slow, why it's failing. So we are trying to at least ease them of that part and trying to optimize them and make their life easier for the DevOps and for the developers on a general side. So since this is an hackathon and we like to experiment with new stuff and it's tied to AI, we tried to and experimented with the new assistant API from the Open API that was launched last week, I think. And we tried to leverage that in order to try to optimize our CI/CD pipelines or / workflow. And yeah, we tried to optimize that. So without further ado, let's do a quick demo about our pipeliner. Let me switch to my terminal real fast. Okay. Yeah, let me try to. Okay, hopefully it's nice. Okay. So for this demo, we'll have basically two parts. Pipeliner is a CLI tool that you can basically use it as a CLI or integrate it in your pipelines. And we are showing in two different ways. The first way is we have preloaded some information into our CLI application, basically filling some basic information like the repository name and the workflow file name. So, and it will do some magic. In the end, basically, we are leveraging the Assistant API to and internal function calls to try to gather information about the repository and the workflow file itself, basically pulling in the YAML. And also with custom functions, we are trying to gather extra information to feed back to the model. We are trying to get information like job execution logs, some metrics like the time elapse of some steps, and use that information to try to optimize the pipeline with the information that we can provide back to the model. In the end, we gather all that information, we send it back to the model, and our pipeliner will try to create, in this case it's Cecilia, will try to create a new PR with basically a summary of that. Let me see, try to show you. Okay, sorry. I'll open our repo. As you can see here, we have a new PR opened by our pipeliner with basically a summary of what of the implementations that he tried to do based on the workflow file that we provide them, and also the reasons behind that optimizations. You can read about it, and then you can also see the file changes for the workflow file. In this example, it's a simple one, but you can see that our pipeliner removed this sleep 30 from this workflow file, and also removed some stuff or that organized some stuff that were not here. For the second part of our demo, we have another one. This is more interactive version that we can talk with our pipeliner some sort of a chat. So we can basically prompt with some information. Let me see if I can find our prompt, sorry. Yeah, just a second. Okay, let's assume that the Prometheus guys don't know much about the pipelines and stuff, and we are trying to help them optimize some stuff in their pipelines, and we can basically ask Pipeliner to do something about it. So I will pass them a simple prompt, giving the workflow CI file in the repo Prometheus/Prometheus get me the last job execution time of the last run. I can feed them the information, and this is another version that we can also enable some debug logs in case you are a developer and want to see in your pipelines more information regarding what is happening. We can see that internally is calling some internal methods to get the information about the workflow run jobs and parsing that information and then feeding back to the model. And hopefully in the end, it will output some information regarding the last execution job from Prometheus. As you can see here, it gave us a report regarding the CI HTML workflow file where they can state some jobs that last from 2 and completed at, the total execution time, 2 minutes, and with this, he already said that we can optimize some jobs because it took roughly 17 minutes and 54 seconds to execute. With this, we can also make some optimizations, but since it's the Prometheus repo, we don't really need to open something because they know what to do. And to finish our presentation, let me just back to our presentation. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, this is not. No, why? Sorry. Yeah. Computer doesn't like our presentation. So it's just for the future improvements, we will try to at least integrate with GitLab CI and Jenkins, for example. We'll try to give more flexibility regarding at the moment, we are only building and improving for build time and smaller errors, but we can feed some information regarding the logs and why this pipeline is failing. I will input them the logs, and it will try to fix this and open a PR with a fix if it can. And also, at the moment, we are passing the file name, hard-coded or not. But in the end, the goal will be, here's our repo, analyze all the workflow files or /pipeline files and give me an optimization and open a PR for that. And that's basically it. Thank you, guys.
Two minutes for questions.
Hello, guys. All right. So I'm curious, did I get it correctly that it actually recommended suggestions for the optimizations in the code?
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty cool. No, in the PR.
Yeah.
Okay. And how does it figure out which optimizations to recommend? It's a black box.
That's the LLM working.
This is the new YAML file, right?
Yeah,
with the recommendations in place.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but how does it go about finding out which are the optimizations that it should do?
Well,
I can help with that. Basically, in the assistant API, we made some sort of instructions and we feed them some knowledge base to our assistants. So if you find a workflow file or pipeline file, try to optimize it based on what we said to the assistant to optimize. We clearly stated to the optimize
try to optimize it for build time, speed, and I don't know the rest of the criteria, but basically, and code quality, yeah. So basically, as soon as it receives a workflow file or pipeline file, it will try to optimize based on the criteria that we first gave to the assistant and some knowledge that we already feed with some best practice.
Okay, so basically it finds the bottlenecks and all of those issues, you feed that in the prompt, and then it automatically suggests it.
And also we try to gather the logs regarding the last executions and pass back to the model to help them optimize that part.
Pretty cool, guys. Good job.
So it's actually more of a comment, but I think that in terms of workflow and development workflow, this is one of the best solutions we have seen today. I really like the first workflow where you get information and then you generate the changes and you create the PR or the MR. It's really cool for two reasons. Of course, because the changes are there, but because you enable the human in the loop, it's a very natural workflow. We all get to review PRs and MRs. The main difference is that there was an AI, a bot generating this particular MR, and it's very natural. So in terms of workflow, really nicely done. I think that there are a few tasks here. So in terms of evaluating performance, in terms of how to parse the information, what information to use, how to fine-tune the model, I think on the back end there are a lot of opportunities that you can explore. But from a product workflow perspective, I think this was one of the best workflows we've seen today. So congratulations on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Undercover, you are going to also solve a very personal problem. So, yeah, we were getting worried, so nice to see you again. So, undercover team on stage, this team will only be eligible for the audience prize as well, okay?
Okay. So working right, is all good. So where in this picture do you think you are? On the right-hand side or on the left-hand side? Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, you got me confused. So anyway, that's correct. And I just want to tell you a story, and that's why I think you should really pay attention to what I'm saying, because it's a pain in the ass if you don't listen, and you're still on time to make it a bit better for you. So we're on this side, as you say. I will speak about my personal experience some years ago, where I was in a room seated with two very old men wearing a suit. Okay, not like this guy, but a bit older, wearing a suit, no clue about technology, and he wanted to know who accessed a certain system at a given time, what is going on with all the systems in IT, and what evidences do we have that we actually are compliant to whatever. So this is really a pain in the ass, again, because if you're in a big company, and when I say big, it doesn't need to be that big. Like after 30 people, it's already, if you don't keep track of things, it's already quite complicated, because you have all these different departments that need to take care of their own way of organizing things, and then you start getting serious about business, and you start having more people looking at what you're doing in the company, and you need to be compliant. You need to know who is accessing what are the company policies, what you believe, and what evidences can you really have that prove that you are in shape. So this is what was generated by AI. So all this was me, obviously doing the designs, but this was what I tried to do with GPT-4, just to explain what the complexity of what we're speaking about. When thinking about understanding what is happening in the company. So there's tons of people that they all have their own way of understanding what is important, what is not, how am I compliant with whatever rules the company has. There are policies which also it's always hard to understand what they really mean, and also there are also different meanings to each person. Then there's software systems, which you just think like in all your companies probably you can name it at least 5. Chat system like Slack, messaging, you have Jira for project management, you have Confluence for knowledge base, you have GitHub, you have a CI/CD, whatever. Like in all these systems, they have the rules, and you need to ensure that this layer in the middle is actually covered by something that can create evidence that the company policies that is independent of people policies and software systems are actually being in place. Obviously, it's very complicated. Some years ago, I think it's now we started getting better solutions. That's why I think we should pay attention, because in the end, we can't solve things alone, but we actually can enforce and can motivate the other side like the chief compliance officer or the compliance officer to understand what we can do. Because if you do it manual, it's just a game of who's not the worst. It's not a game of you being good enough. It's a game of, I just don't want to be the worst in the world, because infinite tools and infinite policies. So what we want to fix? We want to create a way that you can speak with your own policies of the company. We want real-time feedback, because you don't want 6-month cycles of understanding if something is going wrong. We want to trace everything, and we want to enforce policy via code. It's something that is obviously becoming trend in the last 2-3 years. I mean 5. But enforcing policy via automation and code is really the way to go, and this is where we can have an impact in making our lives better in the future. So demo time now. Just for context, we're doing a small demo where we show, like, considering different departments of a company. Let's just pick one. Let's say HR. Obviously, at TechSix is people experience, but typically in the big companies, it's called HR. And what we want to say here is we create a scenario where you understand they are the employees. It's Alice and Charlie. Alice reports to Bob. Charlie reports to Betty. Managers, obviously Bob and Betty, because they have reportees. The HR team, there's the HR god and Miguel. And there's the super admin group. It's basically the IT guys that usually own everything. There's Pedro, Jonas, and Schmidt. So this is the people that are in this company, and let's try to understand like what they can do. But the first thing, and the example that I want to set is I obviously don't have an HR tool that I can experiment right now, but we created some APIs that facilitate the understanding. But the idea is that managers can check employee salaries, super admins can check everything. Okay, there's very simple rules. So now with the demo, let's see. I guess you can read it, right? Okay, just imagine now I'm not an engineer. I will be happy with wearing a shirt, right, a white shirt. I'm the compliance officer, okay? And I don't want to speak with Schmidt because he will tell me we're all in place, let's check the code, I don't understand the fucking code. But let's just look, I want a way to understand what is happening in the company. So I go to my compliance helper here, and I'll say, what do I say? Sorry, I had no sleep today, but I know I had some first questions. Okay. So the question is, I'm the chief compliance officer. I want to know if our company is following our policies, and I'm listing the policies. So ideally, I have a paper where I know, because I'm the one setting the policies, these are the policies that the company needs to be compliant for. And I want someone to tell me that the systems are being compliant with the policies that I created. So managers should not be able to see employee, okay, it's the other way around. So managers should not be able to see their employee salaries. This is what I believe, okay? I am the compliance officer, just assume that I have the shirt and the blazer. Super admins should have access to everything, and employees should be able to see their own salaries. Let's see what I can get here. So we have a problem already because he's saying, and this is going directly to the systems, the policy does allow managers to see the salaries of their subordinates. This is not in compliance with your stated rule that managers will not be able to see their employee salaries. Super admins, it's all okay, granted access. Employees accessing their own salaries also all good. So let's see if this is really true in our HR system, which is actually Postman. But I will guess you get the point. So super admin, you remember Schmidt is a super admin. So ideally, he should be able to check finance salary Alice. So it's basically just checking the output for Alice salaries. So I'll just say, send a post, Schmidt, and it says success user Schmidt is authorized. I am as a compliance officer, I say that managers shouldn't have access. So let's see, and my helper says, my AI says that it does have access. Let's see if it is true. Yes, it's authorized. So the bot is right. And also HR God, they can see also everything. Checking Charlie's access is okay. So what can we do now? I'm the compliance officer. I want to tell Schmidt, please fix this. It's not working. And I now need to justify to the CEO and to some external audit and also the CDO what really happened in the last months, right? Because this is something that is in violation. So I can just go here and say, what were the violations in the last weeks? Because the beauty is tracking everything. All simple decisions and all the very least decisions that is happening in all the systems. Right now it's just HR. Is tracking everything, and we know what is happening. So it tells us access by managers. There were multiple instances where manager Bob, obviously, accessed the salary information of a subordinate Alice. This is a direct violation of the policy that managers should not be able to see their employees. So it's already something very cool for us because we can already know. We have clear evidences with data being tracked that we can show to external audits that we need to justify what's happening. And as long as you know what you're doing, they will say, okay, everyone is bad, but at least you know that you're bad. So now it's my job to tell Schmidt, right? I'm the compliance officer, and I say, Schmidt, we need to solve this. Usually it takes 6 months because there's always something more important to do. No one really likes to do this. But there's a beauty of AI. So I'll just say, can you remove managers' access to employee cells? So what's happening in the background is that there's an OpenAI assistant that is calling a LangChain, that is calling an API with this query. Basically, this will be the prompt. In the API, it will prepare a better prompt to actually come up with the code to then make magic. So the policy has been successfully updated to remove manager access. So what does this really mean? This means that Schmidt now starts working. I didn't even speak with him. And there's it's not a pull request yet because I just didn't have time to do it, but it's already a branch with the code that I need to have, that Schmidt needs to have to accept and integrate in the system. So basically, this is the policies file of the open policy agent, and it's removing some user. Yeah, it's true. Exactly. I just hope so. Let's say that is removing. I can't read code anymore. I didn't have the time also to do the CI/CD, but basically, this is the job of the developer. It's just 2 buttons. I'll say, click, click, yes, worked. Yes. This is basically the actually deploy step because this was just the CI. This is basically the CD of this company, which is a script calling deploy. Very modern, as you know. There's a cache in between, but hopefully I can already come here and say manager Bob should not have access anymore to salaries. Let's keep trying. This works. Just need to wait a bit. But okay, let's get back to this in 1 minute. It has a cache. I didn't find a parameter to change the cache. But what matters now is just to do an overview of the solution. So again, compliance manager interacts with OpenAI assistant. It queries the LLM orchestrator, basically an API, with LangChain in between. It can analyze all the audit logs constantly. It reasons about the policies that the policy agent has. The policy agent enforces the different systems. In this case, we just covered the HR API. And the orchestrator also suggests a fix to the code. So basically, the only job that we have to do is actually just review and approve, and say, all good. So future possibilities really mind-blowing. You can think about policies about costs. You can't just, if something is wrong, you enforce the policy via code that you can't go over certain costs. You have in real-time policy check. You can auto-test the coverage of the policies constantly. It can integrate it with like all the tools that we saw here today. It can integrate and create a policy scheme for that. And it can really also enforce the policy at runtime level. Let's just see if it's already done. So here it is. User Bob is not authorized to get the salary anymore from Alice. So this means for developers that you actually don't need to do nothing. And the beauty of this is This guy was actually in Lisbon last week. I never saw this guy before, but it looks like it was a success. And it was 2 hours of this alternative life coach stuff, which I will really think you should listen to, because if you don't need to do anything, this guy really knows what he's saying. So I'll leave it to you guys. Oh, sorry. I need to call IT. It's working, right? Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Do nothing. Your job not care about you. Your boss not care about you. Nobody giving a fuck. Tomorrow you are getting hit by bus and dying. Your job forgetting you putting someone else to do for your job. Do nothing at every possible moment. For if you have to do something, do absolute minimum. But it is most preferable to do fuck all. Sleep in. Take as many sick days as legally possible. Give no fucks. There is no greater purpose, no greater meaning, nothing to be rushing for. We will all soon be dead. So just fucking chill. When you learn to do nothing, then you will find the real purpose of life. Do nothing.
So it looks like it's really a success, because he is doing all this stuff all over the world. So.
Thank you, Miguel, for the wise words.
He knows.
Yeah.
Oh, questions?
But just don't start doing nothing on Monday, okay? Because we still have work to do. So, yeah. Do you have a question? We are a little bit over time, so be quick.
Miguel, can we see the solution overview again? Can you? No, never mind.
No, I can do it.
Never mind. So the question is, so we have a language layer, an interface, then you have the lang chain where you generate, it's a code generation step, and you need access to the logs, you need access to, and then you need a compliance API. You are calling it an HR API, but it's sort of a policy API, right? Where you implement all of your policies. No?
No, the HR API assume it's greenhouse, and the policy is something completely separate.
Exactly.
Okay, guys. I thought you were saying.
Got it. So you need a policy layer, and that policy layer needs to connect with whatever, all the tools that you have. I would say that may be the trickiest part, right?
Yes. That's what I try to sell, because it infinite work. But it's still the right solution, I would say. Yeah.
But that piece, that product, that piece of code, that policy layer, this is sort of a way for you to interact and manage the policy layer. But I would say there is a big opportunity on that, regardless of how you interact with that, just building that policy layer.
I think that's the power of LLM right now, because in the end, you need to do a fucking Microsoft Word or Excel file or even a paper. And if you do have time to do that, why not do it in code that can just keep clicking?
But you still need that layer, that policy layer. Yeah, great stuff. Congratulations.
We're done?
Okay, so we are almost getting to the best part. Rita, I need you on stage. So now, I know that is already very late, but as I was saying, we are coming to the best part, but we need some minutes. So I think we will need around 20 to 30 minutes, let's say 30 minutes for a couple of things, okay? For them to decide the best project, for the engineers that were appointed to select the sponsor projects to get together and vote, and for you guys to scan a QR code that will appear here and to vote on the project that you like the most, okay? So the next 30 minutes is voting, 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 and then prizes, okay? Once again, I know that it's late, but let's get back here in 30 minutes, okay? Just don't forget to scan the QR code, because if not, you will not be able to vote.
Hi, everyone. So we're coming to the end, we're getting to the end of this hackathon. On Friday, it didn't seem reachable, but here we are, a bit late, but we're here, yeah. Just a slight. Yeah, before anything else, we want to thank you all for being here, and yeah, we'll share a lot of thank yous for the upcoming slides and upcoming minutes, but I think we need to go to the roots of Geekathon, which is about being community-driven, and of course, being community-driven, it's not only about technology itself, but also the broader community. So we'd like to start by talking about our donation to APPC. So we're going to donate with the tickets from all of you, more than 750 euros, also equipment to this association. So I think we all deserve to give a huge round of applause to each other, because we're going to be supporting APPC with this one. And it's the second year in a row in which we're helping this association. It means a lot to us, and we want to bring to the stage Lucia, which is, and we're going to switch just slightly, and sorry for that, to Portuguese for a couple of minutes to welcome Lucia, the representative of APPC over here in Leiria. Now the check with all of our contributions over here. Oops, maybe this is not well thought out, sorry. Thank you so much. Obrigada, Lúcia. Não sei se quer dizer algumas palavras.
Olá, muito boa noite a todos. O meu nome é Lúcia Luz, sou responsável há 20 anos pela Associação Portuguesa Paralisia Cerebral em Leiria, e pelo segundo ano consecutivo agradeço à Chiquix, é isso que se diz, não é? É assim, a Chiquix em português, não é? Em português, na pessoa da Rita Gouveia, à startup também de Leiria na representação do Francisco Aguiar, e a todos aqueles que direta e indiretamente proporcionaram este fantástico evento tecnológico. Agradecer a todos vocês, através de vocês, através da bilheteira. Portanto, é uma lufada de ar fresco para nós. Nós todos os meses temos 9.000 euros de déficit, portanto eu tenho que arranjar 9.000 euros todos os meses. Portanto, 9.000 euros, menos o valor que dão, para nós é uma lufada de ar fresco. Visitem-nos, a Associação Portuguesa Paralisia Cerebral Leiria está no Planalto, visitem-nos. Temos uma intervenção na área do Distrito de Leiria, temos muitas dificuldades, muitas necessidades, e agradecemos a vocês. Portanto, para nós é importante sabermos que a sociedade cada vez mais é tolerante, é justa nesta causa. Eu costumo dizer que nós nascemos de fralda e andarilho e um dia terminamos assim. Portanto, há que haver muito respeito, muita dignidade. Eu tenho uma filha com 27 anos e é a razão de ser e de estar nesta associação há 20 anos. Portanto, grata a todos vocês, grata também à doação. Nós temos muitos equipamentos informáticos obsoletos, e já vi que há um computador, vai ser fantástico para a equipa técnica que trabalha com os utentes e famílias, e neste momento não tem computador. O computador está avariado e nós não temos dinheiro para reparar este computador. Muito obrigada a todos vocês mais uma vez. Um bem-ajo, a continuação de excelente evento. Muito obrigada.
Now back to Portuguese, but it was to English, sorry, but it was for a good cause. I think we can start on giving our prizes. Everyone helped and support on everything related with the audience favorite, but yeah. Should we? Okay, perfect. So, yeah, we had.
Guys, where are you? Oh, come on.
Or you can split the pair.
Yeah.
I don't know.
or the book, you want me to?
No, or share. I don't know. Yeah, divide.
So, let's start the good part, that is the prizes. Yeah, the prizes. So let's begin with the audience prize that all of you voted. And do you want to do just roofing? It's not happening. X-Street Boys! So, yeah. This computer is sponsored by PC Diga, so thank you, PC Diga. It's non-represented here, but
Foi abaixo.
No. Eu posso falar sem mim? Okay, nice. Technical problems as usual. So, as I said, the computer was a sponsorship by PC Diga. So, again, a round of applause for PC Diga. Now with sound, yeah. And thank you, Francisco Aguiar, one of the coordinators of Startup Leiria, is giving the prize in name of PC Diga. So, thank you again, Startup Leiria, and the prize is yours. Okay. Any words?
I want to send a kiss to my mother, to André's mother, and to João's mothers. Good night.
Mais valia desligar esta porcaria, isto agora não vai...
So, thank you, Humil. Thank you, Humil. So, one done, two to go. So the next one is the best project, and the best project was the one that it was selected by the judges, and I think we need the judges themselves to be able to offer or to at least inform the audience who the winner is. So I would invite you three to come to the stage, and yeah. So, are you guys ready to? Yes. Okay. Was it a tough choice?
So absolutely, guys. First of all, you all did a very, very good job. Was very impressed by a lot of projects. It was very hard to come to a decision because so many of you guys did a wonderful job. I will definitely try to follow up with a bunch of you with a few questions because I'm curious to learn more about your future plans, and congratulations, everyone.
You are getting good at CEO talk. We can see that. Same thing. I think the projects were very good. We can say that there were 3-4 projects that they were almost tied. So in the end, there is only one winner, but there were at least 4 projects that were quite worthy of being at that spot. So congratulations, and again, I will do the same thing. So I will be following up with some of you, and not only that, if I can help somehow, also feel free to reach out to me. Okay, cheers.
So, all right. So they've said it all. So I'll just spare your pain, and let's do some drum roll, and the winner is Dev Duckies, os patos. Congratulations. É para nós the prize is for us.
Sorry. The wrong microphone, sorry, we will take it. Guido?
Well, I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to participate in this great hackathon. It was great for all three of us. We all had a blast. We created something that we envisioned before, and we came to the conclusion. I still don't have words. I don't believe we won this, but yeah. I want to thank the jury, thank XGeeks, and we'll keep continuing doing what we do best, I guess.
Guys, Guido just always told that we have a goal, we look at the goal, and we reach it. Just take your path and do it. What Guido tells. As to Guido was the leader for the team, and he tell that. So, follow he.
I just want to thank you, and I will make those words as mine. And yeah, thank you.
What's next?
Thank you. Thank you to Dev Duckies, but also to our judges for your time, for your questions, and also for making this great choice. It's important to say that this best project category was provided by Vorten, so one of our main sponsors of the event as well, and I think it's worth also to share it here. And yeah, we have an excited bunch over here. Okay. So last but not least, we have the sponsor project, and the sponsor project is sponsored by XGeeks, and by that I need to bring Rich Schwarz, the head of engineering at XGeeks, to present the winning team. Yeah.
Okay. So, first of all, let me say that I'm really proud of what we achieved here. I'm super impressed with the quality and the amount of teams that delivered running applications. And this prize was actually voted by 7 of our engineers, okay? And without further ado, I'm gonna reveal who won. So, the prize for the sponsor, yeah, drum roll, please. Temporary team name. So you have an extra one for you to give to a friend. So once again, congratulations. Do you want to say anything?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys. So guys, now we still have something important, the open source grant. So the open source grant will not be announced today, mainly because there's a lot of criteria that we need to analyze and to look into all the projects with more detail, okay? So we will announce this until Thursday. We will announce it on our social networks, okay? And obviously we will contact the team who wins this, if there's any team that actually checks all the criteria, okay? Independently of the prizes that were given today, every team that delivered the running application is considered for this, okay? So it's not because you didn't won the sponsor, judge, whatever. Everyone that delivered something is considered for this, and then we will analyze it internally, and we will contact the team, because obviously there are some terms and conditions that need to be agreed, okay? And we will announce it, okay? Just don't worry. And now I will call Rita to the stage to thank everyone, I think.
Thank you, Suarez, as well. Thank you, everyone. So we're actually coming to the end of the hackathon itself. And it was, first of all, we want to say thank you to all of you, not only to our judges, but also to the sponsors that you've seen throughout the entire event, not only in food, but also in the prizes that you got, in the printing that we're so lucky to have here, and all of that. So this wouldn't be possible without the support of all of these sponsors. I want to highlight especially Startup Leiria and Municipal Leiria, because we're always bothering them with questions and requests, and they're very kind to us. So thank you so much, Francisco, and the entire team. We're very lucky to work with you, and I think just for that, they deserve a huge round of applause. Let's do it. We also want to say thank you to each one of you participants, that some of you slept a couple of hours, some of you went all in and didn't even sleep, brought your pillows and all of that to the venue. We're so lucky to have people that are in the spirit, and that's what we like about doing this type of community events, especially Geekathon. We're on the 3rd edition, and we keep on having great people joining each year. So we really want to thank you, and we're a bit sorry that we cannot award you with prizes to all of you, but we are very happy to know that you're all here, and we hope to see you again in future hackathons and other events that we do. And we really want to say thank you for your time, effort, and most of it for your enthusiasm and excitement about what we do. And let's also give each other a round of applause for that as well. Thank you so much, everyone. Last but not least, thank you to our judges. They took a Sunday off just to be here, sharing their thoughts, expertise, and bringing such relevant questions, and a great decision also to the event. And thank you so much, and also thank you for your availability, not only to be here today, but also to follow up with a lot of these ideas and initiatives. So it's good to know that Geekathon, it's not what happens here during these 48 hours, but much more than that. We have some gifts to share with you as well, and we hope you enjoy them. And a round of applause to our judges as well. And now, last but not least, actually I have to say this is my favorite part. Thank you to our staff, everyone with the blue shirt, or at least the ones that still have the same blue shirt since Friday. But thank you so much for your availability. Again, it's not only about these 48 hours, it's about everything that we've come to prepare since, I would say, May, July, and we're very lucky to work with you not only on this event but in so many things, and we're making such a great impact on the ecosystem, and we want to thank you for that. So huge, the biggest of them all, I have to say. A round of applause to our staff as well. Thank you so much to everyone. Yeah. And did I mention that we have a world-class team? Yeah, they're very cool. I'm very happy to say this. And yeah, just want to say thank you to everyone. And yeah, you truly rock. And actually, see you next year in the Geekathon 24. Who knows? Thank you so much, everyone. It was great to have you. Thank you. I think we all deserve to take a picture all together, if that's okay. I think we're a lot of people, but still we can fit a picture in that one. And maybe should we put each other over here? Anna, what do you think? Anna is our expert in marketing and brand.
I would prefer if everyone would go to the light because...
Okay, the light it is. Okay, if you could move there, it could be perfect. Thank you, Anna. Muito obrigada.